Hello everyone, happy Sunday. I'm going to go ahead and fire up the game. It's gotten kind of warm in here. Got my mini fan if I need it. But yes, welcome back. Welcome back to me and to everyone else. There's the title page drone. It just makes me look forward to having drones in our actual factory, which will be a while. I think we've unlocked some kinds of vehicles, but they can be tricky to set up. I haven't actually seen any of these lizard doggos in the game yet, either. We haven't really been in the right biomes for them, I guess. So yeah, let's load in and kind of have a look around, because I need to see where things are after 2 weeks away. I need to remember where everything is. I remember some stuff I wanted to do, but that's not quite the same as remembering where everything is and what's actually going on. So there's our space elevator. We have the necessary items slowly moving into the space elevator. There's smart plating. Our other couple of things are going in on that belt, which could be neatened up a bit, but that's not super necessary yet. We've got well over half of our smart plating made, and if we get that done and don't need it for anything else, I may stop production on that so that more materials can go towards everything else that we need, which is a substantial amount of stuff, especially just considering, I mean, you can see how sparse the flow of materials coming into the more advanced sections is. We really need to just scale things up. One of the things we need to scale up is screws. So that's kind of the big project for today, at least to start with. They've just kind of been a bottleneck thus far. Though I should look and see and double check that that really is the effective bottleneck for these things. So it certainly is for these machines here, because the iron rods are backed up. And these can only bring screws in so fast. And then elsewhere, screws are also going into reinforced iron plates. Move my microphone over, getting in the way of my hands. head over here. Yes, screws are still the limiting reagent. So we need to not only make more screws, but we need to funnel them over here faster. That's the big issue. And because, well, let's see. We might have, oh, flashlight. But we might have, we do not yet have any faster conveyor belts than this. So what I've built thus far is not quite sufficient in terms of faster. We can't get any faster than these belts here, because these are Mark II belts. So if we want to manufacture more screws, we have to bring them in on more belts to siphon them off to different places. Meanwhile, so that's probably first priority. Meanwhile, steel is happening over there, and it could certainly be scaled up. But I see that we've got at least some backed up things over there. Hello everyone. Hi Swan. If you ever win another emote, it'll be a hamster yelling, holding a gem. Yeah, that'd be another good one. And yes, this is not Slipstream. This is what I play on Sundays. On Sundays, I play something with some amount of storytelling and simulation in some kind of mixture. So we've played Coral Island and Stardew Valley and Wilder Myth and a bunch of stuff. So, oh yeah. I had to double check and make sure my my category was set correctly. Okay, so let's take a look at what's... Oh, I fell in a hole in the floor. Let's take a look at what's going on with steel, because I see pipes at least are backed up somewhere. So with stators, we want more wire. That's interesting. Meanwhile, we're definitely using all of the steel beams that we're making. If I climb up here... Oh, I immediately fall off. These are going into this container. That's going to fill up. Okay, so yeah, we've got a couple places where we can make things move faster. In fact, it might be relatively quick to just make more wire. So let's... Where's my observation tower? There's a tower. Okay. There's wire. Copper's coming in. We're kind of using all that we're getting. We could just bring in more copper. That would be the obvious next thing, I guess. This is filling up. Oh, let's see. This is making ingots as fast as it can, but stuff is getting stepped into it one bit at a time. So let's just overclock it a bit. Slight delay on it now. I'll just add both of these. There we go. We're going to need a better solution than that eventually, but for now... And this is filling up, actually. So let's just make sure that this doesn't speed up any faster than this. Okay, now we have a little more wire. Let's work on that a little later. For now, one thing I did in my early access factory was I had a whole separate area devoted to making screws. So I think I may want or need to go that route again. How far are we towards this next milestone? Because that will give us our faster belts. We have nowhere near enough of those, so we really should just focus on scaling up production of everything for a little bit. Well, screws in particular. I climb ladders like a gazelle is chasing me. Well, there are other things that can chase us, but not here. Okay, so that belt exclusively... Okay, that belt is the one feeding all of our screw production, it looks like. It's not as though we don't have enough iron for the screws that we're making. It's just that it's kind of hard to fit more screw machines here. Although, I could just add them in a line here if I just move this tower and move this box. So maybe that's more the way to go. Maybe it doesn't have to be quite as complex as I was thinking. At least not yet. What's this? This is iron rods. Let's put our screw storage on top of this. And then we can get it out of the way here. Oh yeah, well that's what I'm doing here. I'm noticing that the screws are a bottleneck, and you can absolutely plan things out in advance. You can there are websites that will help you do that. It's a whole thing, which I have not bothered to do. But so yeah, that's definitely the long and short of it. But that is also what I am doing with the screws. The screws are a bottleneck, and I need to be able to step up production of screws, but also get the screws to the right places faster, because I don't have faster belts than this yet. So, what's going on with this one? Yeah, this machine is making plenty of screws, but it can't push them out onto the belt any faster than this, so they're just piling up in the output. So, first of all, I need to move my screw storage over there, and because this is just a box by itself, and it's already full, I think the first thing I want to do is just get rid of those, and then I don't actually have to move these by hand. I can just move them from the one box to the other. However, that will take a while. But it'll happen without my having to do anything. It's pretty slow, actually. Let's upgrade that belt since I'm gonna have to be working with these anyway. Yoink. Yeah, I feel like this is one of those games where there are a lot of people who find it too complex or too intimidating to play for themselves, but they love watching other people do it. Oxygen Not Included is like that for me. I've watched plenty of people play it, but never bothered to try it myself. Now that hasn't really changed anything because that whole branch was backed up anyway. So as clever as this is, or as clever as it was supposed to be, I think I'm just gonna move it all over myself. Don't need to carry all these screws with me. There you go. There, now we can just get this box out of the way. It was a good idea, and if we had like Mark V belts or something, it would be a great idea, but we do not. Mark V belts being, of course, ridiculously fast, but we will not have those for a while. Okay, back to where I started on that. So, let's put in another few of these. Oh, interesting. My floor is running into the mountainside. Okay, well, that's good to know. Okay, I have these pretty much right up next to each other. That's not right. I'm going the wrong direction. About face. Okay, now we need a splitter to go into there, and we need another splitter to go into here. How'd that get turned around that way? That's totally wrong. No it's not. I'm just looking at the arrow on the machine instead of the arrow on the splitter itself, which is a danger when we're so close to each other, but that's fine. Okay. That's all fine. You can make screws. This needs power. That's already hooked up to 4 things. So there is more story than there was when they started this game. But it's just kind of an emergent thing that's happening as we discover weird stuff. I'm gonna need to start upgrading my power poles soon. There we go. This is making stuff now. And now the issue here is that we just have a bottleneck. So the computer has been giving us directions, is telling us that we're working on Project Save the Day, which is supposed to save humanity and or Earth in some capacity, but she has not said anything about this in any great detail. Meanwhile, we keep finding this weird alien ore, and it makes her behave strangely. So, weird stuff is definitely happening. And we've got 3 screw machines. This is getting fed screws fast enough. This is on a slow belt, and it's not. So really just this may help at least a little bit. What happens there? These are still stepping in, so they are delayed at this choke point. So if I have a third one, I want to merge it in over there. What's this? This is a confusing creature. It is friendly. It will not hurt us. I could kill it if I wanted to, but I don't want to because it won't hurt us. In fact, if I get to a high place, I could even bounce on it. There's an achievement for doing this. It is literally called the confusing creature, I think, and it seems to be slightly stuck. It's friendly, though. Or at least benign. Oh, well, I'm unfazed by it because I've seen it before. They're fairly common around here. There are plenty of other kinds of wildlife which are less friendly, and we could go see them in a moment, including some which will absolutely trigger arachnophobia if you have it. Fair warning. But yeah, let's see. This is merging. And this is splitting. And usually I'd want to merge these into one line. But I don't really have fast enough belts for that, so really I need to just reorganize this. I'm just kind of thinking how I want to do that. That's a merger. That's probably fine as long as... if we could just split this again, it would be better. Or... okay, let's try this instead. Let's, for the moment, just cross this across. So we've just got one screw machine that's feeding everything for the moment. Can I confuse the confusing creature? I don't think I can interact with it in any way except to kill it if I want to. Which I don't want to. Now this over here... let's stand on this. Because we could put a merger over here. larger. Let's make sure there's room for things to come in. No, I don't want this here. That's gonna work with other things. And we'll put this back where it goes. And we can set this up like so. There we go. And just cross you over. I have definitely heard comparisons to Subnautica. Now, at the moment, this is getting as much as it can handle, because this has been producing stuff all this time, and it's only now letting it out. I think that's the same issue as before. How are you doing? Yeah, you're still... not getting enough. These are getting as much as they want right now, and it's still not quite enough for what they're doing. Just all the crisscrossing is actually kind of a... it's just a little tough to decipher. How do I want to do this? First of all, you are overcharged. Let's not overclock you anymore. You are overclocked, but we're still pulling screws out about as fast as we can. But this is gradually emptying, it looks like. We're making 100 per minute. How fast? How fast are our belts? Yeah, so the Mark II conveyor belt transports up to 120 resources per minute. That means we can produce up to 120 screws per minute out of this thing, and the belt will take it away. We might want to produce a little less than that just to make sure we don't go over, but that is a little better balanced now. Big question, how close is this to done when it needs the next batch? Not quite there yet. So let's put this in. Okay, this doesn't need to be 125 per minute, as previously noted. Yeah, just under 120. That's as much as the belt will handle. Meanwhile, this machine is draining. This one is filling up. It's about to be full. And we probably just want to somehow merge what it's doing into these. These should be pretty much okay. So maybe a bit of rebalancing was all that needed. This is a little closer to what it could be. I think until we have faster belts. It's gonna be a little hard to do better than that. I'm gonna let that run for a little while. How's our copper wire doing? We did increase production on this. And our indicator for that is how backed up these steel pipes are. They're still backed up. Still filling this up. Yeah, those wires are a little sparse by the time they get over here. This is making stators. This is also making stators. I remember needing a lot of stators later on. So we do want to make sure we're making more wire. There's wire. These are copper sheets. Honestly, separating out copper production is probably going to be a thing at some point. Oh, webbed. Is that the one where you play as a spider and you're swinging around on a little line in Australia? Now, at some point, this is going to fill up. But we're not at that point yet. I'm sure we've got more copper somewhere. Copper off in that direction. Okay, good to know. Might find some unfriendly animals here for you. Not here, though. We seem to have cleaned that one out. Okay. Actually, this is an impure node, and I'm pretty sure I saw a normal one. Yeah, it's over here by the steel manufacturing. Oh, now that right over there is something that is less friendly. This is a fluffy-tailed hog. the low-level one. What's he doing here? Presumably guarding something. Usually the hostile creatures are placed such that you have to get rid of them in order to use something useful. There's a few things to eat. There's a few plants. We are near water. But yeah, here is some better copper. I suppose we could make stators over here if we wanted to. Let's see. For the miner, I just need to make a portable miner to start it up with. Where? Oh, that's right. I have a blueprint designer now. That is actually genuinely interesting. Yeah, it's a lot easier and faster to kill those things now that I have better weapons. You know what? We'll just leave this here. We might need it later. Miner? What would it take to make a miner Mark II? We'd need some stuff I don't have yet. That's fine. If I put this here... It's kind of sticking up and in the way of things. But that's alright. It can just expand out in a different direction. We can power it off of that, and... Well, I guess we could start another layer of this conveyor belt. Which would be slightly ridiculous, but could be done. I guess that's iron over there, too. That would be a not terrible place to make screws if we wanted to. Alright, well let's maybe just make some more wire over here, and I need a better way to get up onto this floor. Let's see. That will work. Might as well give ourselves a good one of these. But I'll keep slow belts for now. This is a little tight. It's always slightly tricky transitioning from the mines to a more gridded structure. Build mode. That's gonna bother me. have other ramps. Oh, really? Well, this is okay. As long as I can make it fit. Well, nice having you here. Glad to... Oh, that's why. It's because I'm using this build mode. Let's see. Wow, was that really the 2-meter ramp? I guess so. This is fine. I'm not used to all the options yet. We'll move this in a moment. Sure, we can put that there. Fun fact, you can absolutely dismantle floors while people are standing on them. Including standing on them right over a chasm or something. And the game does have multiplayer, so you can absolutely open yourself up to such shenanigans. I tried multiplayer once. It's kind of an experience playing with a friend who has a lot more hours logged in the game and a lot clearer of an idea of what they want to do. Let's see. Fill this in. Alright, this will do for now. This isn't quite lining up, but that's okay. A slightly different elevation. Okay, so let's do this as a 3 split. Let's put in a few smelters. Real close together. This is more simplified than I've been doing it, but I think it reflects the reality of not having super fast belts better. Hook up power to these. And hook up power to this. Now we have to actually tell our smelters to make copper, because they won't figure that out by themselves. There they go. Good night. Good night, Bennett Sugar Boy. Let's see. Thanks for stopping by. Yes, I'm standing on top of a smelter. It's fine. Let's at least put fast belts leading up to the... Oh, that's an interesting bit of graphics. We'll at least put fast belts leading up to the split. Now at this point, we could just manufacture a bunch of wire. I want a tower. I want my observation tower. Up we go. So, we can have... Oh, I need more reinforced iron plate. Okay. Well, we've got that started at least. And we can follow this back, actually. We can use the belt to our advantage. Yes, we're walking through a bunch of pipes. It's fine. Got some iron over there. Got some sulfur that's just sitting on the ground. That's not one we can put a mine on. It's just there. A bit of clipping there. That's okay. Hopefully, I should have a few more reinforced iron plates at this point. I've got some, yeah. These... Okay, our backlog of screws has probably emptied out. And these are still coming in. Yeah, okay, so these are now only going in as fast as this machine is making them. So, don't need that to be a splitter anymore. Instead, I want it to be a merger. And we're gonna put that in there, and you can merge in there, and now we'll have both those machines adding to that pipeline. This one's got a long backlog to get through. But it'll work through it. Okay. That's set up now that it's worked through its old backlog. All these stators are coming into here. They're getting automated wiring. They need more cable, and if we want to make more cable, then we need to make more wire, so... That's just the original problem that we were solving over here. Look at those cool rock formations. Is that a yellow slug at the top of that spire? I think it is. Maybe we'll get it later. I'm sure we'll get it later. The only question is just how much later. Okay, these will branch off a bit. all of you can make wire. I'll hook up power in a moment. That's already got 4 connections, but we can upgrade it. That will let us get more connections on. How's our overall power usage? I need to be careful of this. We're still under our lines, so we're okay. We're definitely going to want faster belts for this eventually. And I'm really only using the very slowest belts here because they're cheaper. Let's run this off up here. Alright, now here comes the Conveyor Belt of Doom. This is... You know what? I wonder if this would be a good time to set up a truck station. It's not actually all that expensive. Sends or receives resources to and from vehicles, has 48 inventory slots, blah blah blah, always refuels vehicles if it has... That's the problem, is you have to fuel the darn things. See, what happened in early access was that vehicles were an absolute pain to set up. You had to set up a path for them, and you had to record this path, and if anything ever happened that made that path not work, you kind of had to scrap the whole thing and redo it, and it was just so inconvenient to work with. And I finally just said, forget it. I'll just run conveyor belts everywhere because I can. So that's what's happening here again. And time will tell if this is a wise strategy. But I kind of like the pure insanity of it all. The video of that is on my YouTube channel if you have not seen that yet and you're curious. Let's see. Pause. Shameless plug. Especially for anyone who's watching the VOD and isn't already following things closely. There you go. I need more iron plates. All right. Luckily, we should have plenty of the plain ones. Meanwhile, our smart plating is churning along. Oh, anyone who's a fan of purple crystals There's some raw quartz. Haven't done much with that yet. I've got some portable miners that are just kind of stocking up on it, but we don't really have it as part of any production line yet. Someday we will, absolutely. But for now, this is what we've got. Ooh. Okay, this is humming along. Okay, still not perfect, but much better. How are you doing? 18, alright. Still not super fast. You're making iron plates. Iron plates go in this box. I was right there. Just carry a bunch of those. We need them for all kinds of construction. We've got concrete over here. That's just kind of gradually storing up. I should snag some iron rods as well. I am using those, and they're kind of backed up, so we can make some more without any issue. Those are over here, I think? Yeah. There used to be more hostile creatures in this area, but I know we've gotten rid of some of the things they were guarding already, so they tend not to respawn if you've looted or built over the thing that they were protecting. There we go, there's the end. A little tricky having two contact points right next to each other. Okay, and this has its next point of contact as this stack of splitters. So, for the sake of uniformity, I'm just going to have it be another splitter. It's so cool, you can see it making its way over very gradually. And in fact, we're going to get so much of this from over here. That I think I can just run it from this direction. Which means, ironically, that I want to change how these are set up. I want to have the steel pipes go in the bottom and the copper come in the top. Which doesn't really matter. It's just a change. And it means I need to change the direction in which all this stuff is pointing. So let's see. Yeah, that's going to be... We're going to put these in the same places. I'm going to have to rerun those belts. One and two. It doesn't care which part goes into which input, the left or the right, doesn't matter. As long as both of the correct things are coming in. Let's see. You go in on the bottom. And you go in on the top. Up. And with this, across the bottom, across the top. So this is about to get its own supply of dedicated copper wire. Question of the day, will it get 8 before it stops constructing? Not quite, but it gets pretty close. I think we'd need faster belts before we could improve things over there. Which means I need to run Mark II belts all the way across there, which will be cost-effective someday, but today is not that day. Now this, we don't need anymore. And hopefully it means that more copper wire can go into cable production. Yes, in fact, we can manufacture even more cable with this. This will eventually fill up, though. But we could turn this other copper line towards that purpose as well. Because that's what's holding up the automated wiring. Look at this thing. Okay, so that tells us maybe there's a better place for cable production. Either that or we can just split it off from here and merge it into that assembly over there, which isn't the worst idea. Especially since we've got this belt right here. Yeah, let's do that. I think I was originally going to use this for something else, but that's okay. That's the problem with getting across this thing. Let's move our storage as well. Let's stack it again. Copper wire can go in there. Plunk. Okay, that's all where it belongs. Don't need to do that. Okay, this could actually use a little bit more in terms of inputs. So instead of a splitter here, I actually kind of want a merger and then a splitter. Let's see if I can fit that. Splitter. That way we can feed multiple cable machines later if we need to. Which we probably do, to be perfectly honest. At the very least. Okay, this is now at least getting fed as much as it can handle. Already, even without this. Okay. I think I want to move my boxes over again. Though first, we do want to have our storage. This is a merged belt, so it needs to be a fast one. Just do all 3 of these. Okay, we're getting more cable than before. We could stand to get even more, though. What's in this container? That's copper sheeting, which is kind of in the way. Yeah, I wanna reorganize this again. We don't need to fill up our box obsessively. Let's plan on having another constructor for cable. Can we line it up with the other one? It might be in the way of things. I think this stuff is in the way, and the ground as well. Yeah, the boxes are there. So, the boxes need to move. In fact, put that over there. Move these again. And we'll plan on putting cable on top of it. I want to hang on to some because I use it for building stuff. But now that that's there, hopefully I can build another constructor. I might have to raise the floor a little bit. Not quite. It'll work. Okay, you make more cable. You will need power. And you will need a merger. And let's go ahead and put another one there. I see it's a little higher up, but it works. Okay, there's more cable. So that should increase the production of our advanced wiring once it gets over here. Because these stators are completely backed up. Once we get a flow of cable coming in, that should be better. These are getting copper slowly, but they're getting it. Okay. So let's let that run. Meanwhile, is this where... Yes, this is where our versatile frameworks are being made. And here the bottleneck is clearly the steel beams. Which really just means we have to send over more steel beams. And it's easy enough to do that. We just have to send over more beams. Well, I say easy. I should say simple. The solution is known. Whether or not it is truly easy remains to be seen. That's right. I had this as a buffer for these pipes. Not sure how necessary that is, but anyway. Here's our machine making steel beams, and we could just add another one. Though we don't necessarily have the steel ingots for that yet, though. These are only getting as much coal as they can use. So, simple, yes. Easy, no. How many reinforced iron plates do I have? Not huge amounts. Let's go ahead and make these both the better kind. Need more iron plates. How fast are those being made now? We should go back and see. Oop. And I guess this would be a big reason for vehicles The problem is, in order to fuel vehicles, I still have to use things like biomass, and that's kind of hard to set up out here. As noted, there's not a whole lot in the way of vegetation unless I want to go scour the oasis again. At some point I need... I guess I do have a pretty good stash of it. The issue is, if transportation is automated, but gathering of fuel is not, that's a problem. With drones it's not an issue because they use batteries, and battery production is always completely automated. Almost there. No more plates. Okay. Well, let's let that run for a little while, because there is something I want to make that I did not realize last time was necessary. We, at some point, unlocked the object scanner. I didn't realize this is separate from the resource scanner. But we can use this. We can now scan for things like barrel nuts, the Sarma sloops, power slugs, Mercer spheres. I had thought maybe we could scan for hard drives, but maybe that's something else we need to look for. But let's do some research while our various machines are running. We can do some research, have an explore. Oh, here's some stuff we haven't seen yet. I think this is just concrete over here. I think I pulled in some more. Let's actually gather up some leaves while we're on the way back. Well, that's right, and we've got this nice rebar gun. We can maybe deal with some obstacles that we couldn't before. Oh, hello, hog. What are you guarding? Oop. Didn't mean to attack the paleberry bush. Some interesting lattice construction in there. There's another confusing creature. Maybe it's the same one. I know it's been a while since I went on a leaf harvesting expedition. Or at least I thought it had. Aha, yes, there's a Mercer sphere over there, but there's a hatcher pod up this way. which I had previously wanted nothing to do with. Alright, anyone who wants something a little more unusual to listen to, listen up, because you're getting it. Let's just listen to it.
Consume.
Oh, come on. You can say more interesting stuff than that.
Harvest.
Come on.
Consume.
Oh, fine.
We watch the waves of the effigies in the shallows passing through the windows, and they're all the same. There is no resonance growth. Sing.
I just called the Fix-It doctors. They told me there is definitely no danger from repeat exposure to these signals. In fact, they said it is good for you. I apologize, but the call dropped suddenly, otherwise they would have told you themselves. The good news is you should run towards these strange and dangerous-looking objects whenever you find them. Doctor's orders.
Well, that's good to know, isn't it? Put some leaves in there. That'll get turned into various kinds of biofuel. I need to work on my edges. How's this doing? Still not super fast. We are making plenty of the plain plates, though. Oh, but they are now the limiting reagent. At least over there. Well, that's good to know. Where's our research? How's this doing? Alien megafauna. We just need some rotors for that protein inhaler. We should have enough rotors around by now. I have not done very much at all with SAM yet. Power poles Mark III. That needs plastic, which we don't have access to yet. Mycelia. Okay, we need more mycelia. Nutritional processor. We just need some wire and frameworks for that. All right. Let's I was gonna say, let's add it to the to-do list. That needs more advanced stuff. Crystal oscillator. Yeah, we really just need more reinforced iron plates at this point. Let's see, mycelia. Huh. Yeah, we need a lot of mycelia for those things. This needs more advanced stuff than we have. We could probably start doing things with SAM ore. And hard drives. We can scan it, but I guess we can't scan for it. I've got some rotors somewhere. Yep. And I've got some wire back over here. Oh yeah, that advanced wiring is being made a lot faster now. Good to see. Alien protein is easy enough for us to make as we need it. Reanimated SAM. Proper electromagnetic containment is required, as it appears to be able to manipulate the atomic bonds of any matter it comes into contact with. I wonder if this means I shouldn't just carry it. There we go. Analysis of protein inhaler finished.
Research completed. The protein inhaler can restore health in the eventuality that you have been carelessly damaging fix-it property.
Namely myself.
Research shows potential for processing planetary nutrients for pioneer benefit. Nutritional inhaler research available. Nutritional inhaler recipe unlocked. Using this inhaler will restore health, and also gives your skin a radiant glow that is connected to well-being and probably not radioactivity.
Yeah, we can get that from somewhere else. Okay, well let's dump some of this stuff in here. Gonna have to figure out a production line for the SAM ore stuff eventually. This isn't even able to make full use of its overclocking, because it's not getting ingots fast enough. think, given that I have a set of 3 here, I should probably just do it an even split in the middle. I'm missing 1 plate after all that. Okay, we'll even you 3 out again. And with the 3 of these running full tilt, hopefully we should be back in business. Okay, now it's getting as many as it can use. We'll even hand it a few extra for free. Okay, that's looking better. Screws are a limiting reagent again. And we sometimes have gaps in this belt. I think we just need more total iron coming into this whole setup. Faster belts might help a little bit. Get us a more even split with these other things. All of this is getting used. We do have at least 1 more source of iron we could draw from, and Mark II miners, once we can start producing them. But that's right, I needed to ramp up steel production even more. Gonna need more of those. And of course, they're still going into iron plating too. Or smart plating, I should say. Guess we'll just have to merge in even more iron. We're smelting as much as we're getting. That's not an issue. This could be laid out a little more thoughtfully. That's getting as many as it can handle. So's this. Yeah, I think it's gonna have to all get upgraded together, essentially. If I want to tap that other iron spot that was somewhere between all of these things, I think I'm going to want to set it up with its own smelters and whatnot. This is just iron. We could overclock this. Same with this. But in order to do that, we need more power slugs. So you know what? Let's go out looking for them. None nearby. All right. At least I think that's what that means. Before we go on a long explore, we should make sure we have ammunition. Was I making some over here? Yes. Deuterium ingots, and don't need those right away. Ah, Deuterium manufacturing has stopped because I filled up my box. Should probably do something about that. What does it take? Let's shut that up. Let's see. Blueprints, haven't done anything with that. Somewhere... where are my key bindings? Codex. Oh. There we go. Parts, because I think we can make... We can make AI limiters now. If we have Caterium wire and copper sheeting. So yes, we should start doing that. Because we're not doing anything with copper sheeting at the moment, except to store it up for building pipes and such things. But we've got all this Caterium, we're not using it. So let's go hunting for slugs for a bit, and then... And then we can come back and work on that. Oh, hello. Let's not fight you if we don't have to. Oh. I see. It's not just paying them, it's giving me a hot and cold meter. That's kind of nice. Okay, it must be on top of this rock. Oop. Hmm. So suppose I were to build... just a tower, nothing special. Up to the top of here, not quite the top. Oh, yep, there's just a blue slug. Alright, well that's fine. It is beeping at me. Oh, we're so high up. There's another slug over there. And on top of there. They seem to like to hide out in high places. You keep moving. A lot of poison gas up here too, which I don't have the ability to deal with yet. Oh, now you figured out where I am. It just a bit too late for you, though. We climb all the way to the top. Do I have to jury rig a ladder again? There we go. And we'll clean up after ourselves. Not while I'm standing on it, however. Whoop. Ouch. That's fine. All right, well that was useful. Apparently there's another slug over here. Ah, and another... I think it may be underneath that boulder. Yeah, we're gonna need something to blow that up before we can deal with it. Oh, whoa, hello. You're a little more stompy than the other one, too. All right. Oh, you've got a friend up there as well. Well, we have seen that this valley is fairly well guarded. There's interesting stuff in it. Oh, there's one of those strange bird things. Hello. Oh, and I think that's a nitrogen gas geyser, which explains why it's got an elite spitter guarding it. Oh. Oh. You're determined to be a problem, aren't you? We might as well go up and loot the thing. Even though there wasn't anything really interesting up here. Now, somewhere around here is that cave. Yeah, around here was the cave with the SAM ore and the mycelium. We do need mycelium for our research. So yeah, let's go try and gather some more mycelium. See if we can get about 100 of it. Might be dealing with some spiders. Especially if that big one has respawned. You're fine, confusing creature. I have no quarrel with you. Standing right on top of that iron thing. Okay, this is the way to go. Oh, hello. Prefer for you not to see me. I think you're gonna see me. Yep. Maybe I should just go for close range. There you go. Did I see something sparkly here? What's this? Crude oil! No wonder this is guarded. Alright, well that's worth a map sticker. All right. Well. Yeah, look at that. We can't use that yet, but we'll want to eventually. At least 4 pools of it. Nice. Okay, we have to go southwards for caves. Mercer sphere, I don't need that right now. Oh, hello. Oh, you're throwing rocks. Great. Okay, you're bad news. I need a better angle of approach on that thing. Let's see. Protein inhaler. Ah, I need alien protein for that, and for the nutritional inhaler, I need a little bit of all the plant stuff. Okay, good to know. It's getting dark. I don't want to travel at night. There are more creepy things around at night. Okay, maybe we'll come back here later. We've got other things we can work on. And our advanced wiring is almost done. Okay, so let's be deliberate about all this alien protein, since we can actually make the stuff now. Now, I think we can also make an alien DNA capsule out of alien protein. Yeah, so we might as well... Honestly, we might as well set up a constructor for this. Or just repurpose this. You make hog protein. Make it out of this. Just work on that for a while. Gross stuff. Weird stuff. Got some leaves. How's this box doing? Okay. Starting to look like a more respectable amount. You need wood. Leaves go in there. These aren't actually needed for electricity at the moment. Well, they might as soon as we start making those AI limiters. However, speaking of AI limiters, what do we need for those again? Those are copper sheeting and caterium. Alright, well, copper sheeting is simple enough. We're making it in one place, but it's kind of in the middle of everything. And I wonder if there's somewhere else we could be doing that. Right now, it's only going into this box. I'm going to go back to the Architarium and see if there's any other copper source close to it. Way over there. All right. Not helpful then. We'll just branch it off for now. We're not really using our steel pipes for anything besides advanced wiring right now. Let's reroute their production into more steel beams, because we have much greater need for those. Let's do that quickly, because we've got way more than enough steel pipes to tide us over for a long time. The trick is just to remember that I'm doing this. All right, there's the steel beam. This needs to make steel beams. This is making steel pipes, but we kind of don't need that right now anymore. So for the moment, I'm gonna not worry about that clipping, and we're gonna get steel beams instead. that's a splitter, it should be a merger instead. It would help if I would click on the right thing. Are you actually connected? I don't think you are. Oh, actually, I'm gonna hang on to those. Oh, no, it's connected. All right. Actually, you... do it nicely. So just for now, we're gonna have just steel beams for a bit, no pipes. Because we're not gonna need more pipes for a while. Meanwhile, up we go. Did not anticipate that was going to be the first thing that got filled in, but I guess it was the easiest issue to address once we actually looked at it. Oh, look at this. Okay, modular frames and steel beams go into that. Reinforced iron plates are part of what the modular frames need, so that's going to be running for a while. That's for versatile frameworks. This... okay, that needs reinforced iron plates for smart plating. Let's shuffle this around a little bit. No, it doesn't need shuffling so much as just... it's just running slowly, and it doesn't need to run quickly. Okay, that is fine for now. For now, let's deal with that copper sheeting, which is tucked over here and ultimately needs to go that way. Honestly, it would be better if we swapped positions of the copper wire input and the copper sheeting. So let's do that. Let's put another box up here for copper sheeting. This thing's almost full. We can carry some sheeting with us to build pipes, but we don't need it in any huge quantity. Let's just clear this out. You and you and you. And this. And this. Get rid of this tower. And then we can bring the wire in this direction. And then we can clear this out. As it gets used. You could just grab it, but that looks very satisfying. Watching the last one go in. Okay, there's that. And now... Good grief. All right, well, copper sheeting. What am I standing on top of? This is another constructor. Let's put you a little ways away. Especially since you're not the same kind of item. You can make copper sheets again. No, you're right in the middle of things here. Okay, so now we need a splitter here. One. Oh. Well, sure, let's put that there. Might be better to have the splitter up there, to be perfectly honest, but this'll do. You can go out to this edge. And now you can join this madness. guess we'll just keep on standing you up on these tall things so that it's easier to walk under. Oh, didn't I build another one? I guess not. But somewhere around here, I'm going to need to bring it in so that I can start making AI limiters. We set this all up a long time ago. I haven't done anything with it yet, and now it is time. So, for AI limiters, let's keep on planning for 3 splits, because that seems to work better. And we'll start with the center one. Let's move this over a little more, actually. Okay, we shall now need an assembler. Yeah, actually, let's set this up sideways. I think that'll be better. Here's the assembler. We'll put our first one here. You will be making AI limiters. And copper sheeting. Can come in this way. In fact, let's set this on top. This is a little ugly for now, but it'll work. You are now making AI limiters. And actually, that'll work. What else is that connected to? It's all the way over there. Can I run this cable? I can't run it from that. Oh well. I won't worry about it for now. For now... we need to be prepared to put AI limiters into a storage container. Just put you in the corner. We'll put a... put a splitter here. This should be moved over a bit. There goes. And we'll use them in some kind of other production later, but for now, we can just pick them up. And I think we needed them for some kind of research. We're getting quite close to having enough smart plating. So it's just going to be the versatile frameworks left. Okay, what do we need next? Plastic for high-speed connectors. Can't do anything with that yet. Same with power poles. For a power switch or a smart splitter, we need AI limiters and other things. Let's add them to the list. We are making reinforced iron plates still. Screws are being a limiting reagent again. Let's see how the pace of this goes if I remove some of the overclocking. Hasn't suffered. What would it take for a miner Mark II? Okay, we need to start making the reinforced steel beams. But speaking of steel beams, how is steel doing? In fact, we've got more modular frames than we know what to do with. I'm going to take all these reinforced iron plates. I'm going to go back to speeding up our steel production. We are getting more steel beams coming in, so that's good. Okay, copper's up there. Steel's over here. I guess we're making these a little faster than we could otherwise. Don't quite have enough plates to make it the rest of the way. Alright, let's run back for a few more. It'll slow down our smart plating just a little bit, but I'm not too concerned about that. There's that iron node. We should just set up something for it. Yeah, let's get ready to put in another miner. Ah, this box is backed up. What does that mean for this production? That's why the screws are the limiting reagent now. You're still producing, but things are getting taken off the belt pretty slowly. Where was I? That's right. Portable miner. And let's actually... Yeah, we'd need encased steel beams for that. So let's just bring the one of these with us. Got some random copper there. Here's the iron. There we go. We've looted that hard drive already. It's the only one I've found so far. Oh, nope. Oh, this is pure. All right, we're definitely going to want to upgrade this mine then. But not quite at the moment. So let's plan on putting our floor at the top of the hill. Some poison to deal with. We'll worry about that in a second. Well, later. We've got the miner. Conveyor belt is too steep. Really? Just because of the build mode. Okay, you're gonna need power. In fact, everything out here is gonna need power. And we need a power line up into this area where we're going to be making stuff. All right. Well, with that coming on out, because this is a pure node, let's be a little smarter about it. Bring things in a little faster from the beginning. Let's start off with a smelter. You can be a slow belt. And then honestly, we just need to bring it out. We just need to bring it over. Though we could make this our dedicated screw making area that I was thinking about setting up from the beginning. Not the worst idea, actually. This needs to be another smelter. Kind of spreading these out a bit. So with that done, kind of standing in the smoke here. Let's start off with just one of you. We can expand this later as needed. For now, we'll just bring this over in this direction. Did I set up another workshop over there? I guess I must have done. What's over there? Guess that's more iron. Now, bringing this in. Do I want it to join the same stack as everything else? Not sure about that. We're kind of gonna have to thread our way in. Could just have it bring in iron ingots, but I feel like I want to have higher capacity for screws in general. This is a bit of a mess. I am missing materials again? I'm out of iron plates. The regular kind. Alright. Well, let's throw the math into havoc and pick some out of here. Our screw production is very much expandable once this is in. Coming all the way from over there. Oh wow, I've got a bunch of them already. Okay, more screws. It's not pretty, but it'll do for now. Eventually that'll merge in here, and it can fill in these gaps. And it'll be one of the first places we address with faster belts once we have them. We're starting to get more reinforced iron plates. I'm going to use a few of them to get more coal over there. What did this need again? Right, the encased steel beams. And I want more steel to make those. Okay, running over here. Okay, well... This isn't offloading any faster than before. Guess whatever's ahead is still not using it any faster than this. Just make sure that the belt is the right class all the way along. There we go. And just for completeness sake, even though these are after the merge, so they should be fine. I think we're getting a little more steel now. Yeah, we're manufacturing them a little bit faster than we used to be. And we will need them for encased steel beams. Can I not actually make those yet? I should be able to. Oh, encased industrial beam. There we go. We need steel beams and also concrete. What's over here? Is this more iron? It is. We can use that for more steel. But first, is there any really close place for limestone? We're tapping that one. Right across the river. But in the interest of keeping things a little closer together, I think I'll leverage the fact that we're already siphoning our steel beams off this way. They're all coming this way, and they're all getting funneled through here into that box, and also into becoming versatile frameworks. Which we do still need them for in large quantities. However, let's do a couple of things. One is, let's not hoard quite so many just now. We can throw them in, at least some of them. And second, let's set something up so that we can make encased industrial beams. And let's figure out where that should go. We have a bit of a stretch. Oh, nothing to see here, just a whole production line of screws snaking off from the distance. Not into the distance, because it's coming towards us. Ah, the lack of steel pipes has finally caught up with us. That's alright, because we don't actually need any more advanced wiring for a while. We just caught it. There's the last couple of them going away. And it's fine that they're stacked up at the space elevator. I'm sure we'll need more of them for all kinds of things in the future. Future events, such as these, will affect us in the future. Okay, let's split that off this way. What's in here? Stators. Okay. That's reasonable. I know I'm going to need a bunch of those at some point. What would it take for me to line you up with that other splitter? There you go. And you can start to look a little bit neater. Line up with the rest of those belts. I'm gonna branch you off this way. And let's actually go a fair distance out. Leave ourselves some room to work. That's interesting. Okay, let's put in... I'm gonna need an assembler for this stuff. And I need more concrete. Well, how appropriate. I'll just take another stack. I need more ramps. I guess we are still making advanced wiring, but eventually we won't necessarily need to send it all the way to the space elevator. We'll be able to use it in more reasonable places. Where's the assembler? There we go. I'm standing right on top of this. It can go here. You are going to make encased industrial beams. You're going to need power. we may need some more power output soon. And as for this concrete, right now we've really just got the one machine making all the concrete that we need, which is not going to be adequate forever. No, you really did need to be the 4-meter ramp. Never mind. 4 meters. Okay, let's put you up here. Break this chain briefly. And this splitter can go into another constructor here. Concrete, please. And then this will route back over this way. I think that's the assembler that we need it to go into. Ooh, our smart plating is done. I don't want to lose my train of thought, so I want to set up this assembler at least. 6 concrete. Okay. Quick and dirty solution for now. And you'll start making that stuff, and then we'll need a place to store it. It's not going into any production lines at the moment, so we'll just put in a container. There you go. Okay, now in terms of this smart plating, which we don't need any more of now, that's versatile frameworks. Have some more beams. I don't want iron plates to get used for this anymore. So I'm gonna break that chain. And I'm gonna have to remember that it's broken. We've got more modular frames than we need at this point as well, so I'm gonna turn down that overclocking. Oh, how are our screws coming along? No more gaps in the belt. Okay, yeah, that's using them about as fast as they're coming in. So now, it's kind of a matter of collecting these up for our milestone. But there's some other stuff we can work on. For example, what's going on with our AI limiters? Can I get into here? Not really. $43 of these. Not quite enough for research, but we're getting there. At this point, we're gonna start wanting more copper sheets. Copper sheets over here. The stockpile is on the top level. Almost full. Okay. That's encouraging. The rest of them are coming off that way. We could add another machine for it. But actually, let's check our power situation. I know we're getting closer to our limits here. Yeah, we're starting to scrape the top of our production. Which means we need to go check out what our coal power area is doing. And before we do that, let's make sure we throw a few more steel beams into our machine just to speed things up. Oh. If we have some encased industrial beams already, which we do, let's take some of those with us. With some portable miners. Now our biofuel burners can pick up some of the slack if we start going over the limit of what our coal-fired plants are making, but that won't last for too much. I mean, we do have a lot of fuel, but it's not infinite. It's not automated. How's this going? Just 10. Okay. Well, let's make a few of these. You have any more AI limiters I can just snag? I only need a few more. Let's speed this up a little. This will still take a little while. We should be able to do at least one of those researches, though. I don't think just one of them required this many AI limiters. So Caterium. Oh yeah, smart splitter. It's pretty simple. And the power switch is what... Okay, smart splitter. Definitely, let's research this.
Smart Splitter unlocked. The Smart Splitter offers advanced settings that can improve conveyor belt logistics.
Okay, well let's see. There's also a programmable splitter, which is different, but let's put this down and see if this will do what I want it to do. Okay, left output. Oh, excellent. Yes, this does what I want. Okay, so here's how this works. For each of these output ports, we can tell it to send particular materials, or we can say anything that I haven't specified, or overflow. This means we can start properly feeding the awesome sink. And in fact, that Caterium feed is not the worst way to start. And there's no reason this needs to be all over here. Am I still carrying copper ingots? I don't need these. Anything else I want to chuck in there? Most of this is ultimately useful for something. 2 printable coupons. Okay, so here's what we'll do. On this side, put a merger. Now over here, we can see we've got a perpetually backed up system. Because we're not really getting enough copper sheeting to make the AI limiters that we want. We've got all this Caterium wire that's constantly being made, so... just for a moment, we're going to clear all this out. And I'm going to put a smart splitter in its place. I'm going to say left. Quick wire. Right quick wire. Can I say yes, quick wire. And overflow in the center. So things will only go out the center if the other sides are already overflowing, which they are right now, so you can come over this way. So now we will make Caterium wire constantly, but only the extra gets sent to the awesome sink. And we can do this with anything that we have extra of. I don't suppose there's anything I can buy with just 2 coupons. Some cosmetic silliness. Management, conveyor wall mount, lift floor holes, wall outlets. Okay, well how about things like walls? Oh, label signs. Display signs, billboards. Okay, signs would be cool. Lighting. Customizer. Okay, well, we don't really need that right now. More foundations. Walls. These could actually start to become useful. Architecture. Equipment. Coffee cup. If I just want to buy ammunition, or if I want to just buy parts. Alright. Well, let's start off with... okay, I can't afford walls yet, so let's just start saving up these tickets. We'll just stick them in our box, and we'll be secure in the knowledge that we are now generating tickets at a non-zero rate, automatically. With a fairly reasonably sort of advanced resource. Take it. And things are just passing straight through here. I can still use it as a garbage can as needed. Can we do this power switch research? Yes, we can. Okay, that's churning along. We'll just let it run. And we can research the power switch.
Power switch unlocked. Fixit is proud to announce that the power switch facilitates power grid management through the application of the very latest advances in on-off switch technology. Fixit. It's fun to have power.
I wouldn't know, of course, not in this corporate structure. Let's see. There's certainly stuff we can make with quartz. We're gonna need crystal oscillators. Oh, the Explorer. That would be fun. Somewhere I had a thing that was making silica. I think it was under here. And I got rid of it. Let's plan on picking up some more quartz when we go out to the coal mines. And to that end, make sure we can build at least one of those and at least one of those. And at least a couple of these. And we just need some modular frames, not flames, and some encased industrial beams. Splendid. Where am I going? This way. Rotor's there. That's the place I cut off. And encased industrial beams are off this way. Okay, let's go. And let's make sure to have this with us. Oh, I see. You're at the top of that. Okay. Probably guarded by something. You're just tall. Oh, we do have basic walls at least. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna get some more plain iron plates before we go anywhere. Just because they're so useful for everything. Switch, hello! How's it going? Welcome. Welcome to my factory, which is looking increasingly spaghettified. I need to go check on our coal power situation. There's the reinforced plates. We need some plain ones. Please feel free to ask questions about anything. I have no idea how much you know about this game. Oh, if I could get up there, I could just walk straight across. That's obviously the way to do it. I'm doing okay. It's been kind of a slow day for serious progress in this factory, but actually I've sped up production of some things. I got all the advanced wiring made and all this smart plating. Those are the objectives up in the corner, up in the upper right corner there. So we're waiting on a few things, addressed some bottlenecks, and now I can do some exploring. It says press R to reload, but really it's easier if you just click the left mouse button. Alright, well, so much for those little guys. It's an automation game and Kulu hounds you to play it. It is fun. This power slug will help us overclock our factories. Most of my production is happening over there. One of our big objectives is to feed things into this space elevator. I've got concrete over there. Steel is being made over there. These leaves are useful. Okay, I actually want to head back down, because the only reason I came up this way was to get the slug, and now I've got it. Oh, there's another one. I'm sure there's another one, but I don't want to get sidetracked too far. What I really want is a hard drive, but those are few and far between. There's a Mercer sphere up there. Oh, there are some spider-like creatures that hang out near our pole plants. Fair warning if that's an issue for you. You know, I could see what, oh. I could see what the arachnophobia mode is like. That was a fluffy-tailed hog. That was not a stinger. Spiders don't bother you unless they're on you. Okay, well, then I hope that these spider-like things will not be so bad. We might not have to go all the way into the jungle. I don't have serious arachnophobia, they just did such a good job making these especially creepy. They're not even quite technically spider-shaped, and yet they do such a good job being scary in the way that spiders are scary. the way their legs move. But okay, here's our coal power plants. And I guess even the one at the end of the line here I've got a couple separate feeds of coal coming in. And this one seems to be feeding everything okay all the way down to the end. So as long as we're getting enough water, we could just start overclocking them. Now, if you overclock a power producer, it will increase power production by a certain percentage, and it will also increase its fuel usage by the same percentage. So you do have to keep putting more material into it, but as long as that's okay, we should be all right. We picked up a couple of slugs, so let's put down another equipment workshop over here. Oh, no, I need the crafting workbench. A little silly to me that those are separate things, but it's fine. So as long as those two are okay, we can start throwing power shards in the other ones. That's right, some of these were underclocked for the purpose. I guess it was just that one. It's still pegged at 100 coming in, so I guess it must be okay. Not quite anymore. This one's already getting only barely as much as it needs. Okay, so we can't afford to overclock this one. Still running out a little bit. Now what we can do is start replacing this belt with a faster one. It's not too long of a belt, so I'm willing to do it. And this we can now replace with a Mark II miner. It'll take a moment to spin up, but now it'll actually produce 120 coal per minute, which is as much as the belt will take away. So we can better supply our coal plants. And at this point, it should be okay again. Yeah, that's filling up. Still holding pretty steady. Okay, looks good. Well, with that done, you know what? Since we're here and since I'm curious, what does arachnophobia mode look like? I remember what it used to look like. And I remember that it used to not replace the skittering noise, which was kind of the worst part of the experience. So it was only halfway helpful, and the cats that the spiders got replaced with, frankly, I found more unnerving than the spidery creatures. I think I'll have to come back at night. Watch as that proves to be the most ironic thing to say ever. They are more likely to come out at night. It's possible they might leave us alone now that that slug is gone as well. But I don't know this for certain. Well, we'll just leave that on for curiosity's sake. Before we leave, I'll turn this slug into another power shard. There we go. And now that we can actually make faster miners, I'm taking this to the steel production area, because that's where we also dearly need such a thing. Actually, no, I don't have to go all that way. I just have to replace the miner right here. And now, if I look on this belt, here's the belt with a gap between things of coal. And then there's a gap while it gets itself spun back up again. And now no gaps. And we'll ride this all the way back to our steel production area. Now, hopefully... Okay, these actually have about as much coal as they need. The limiting reagent now is the iron ore. So it's this that needs to be a Mark II miner, but we can make those now. So let's go back and get more encased industrial beams. Over here we have a gradually increasing case of absolute madness. I've never used a long belt like this for copper wire before. But that's okay. Oh, look at all this advanced wiring. We're making so much more of that than we need. It's fine. I'm sure we'll have a use for it as soon as this space elevator is full of this stuff, and then we'll have a nice boost to our next set of goals. Encased industrial beams are over here. 16 of them, thank you. Let's plan on making a couple of them. We just need portable miners. And we can put stuff into the biofuel machines. We must never neglect those. Alright, how's this going? 44, okay. Production here is looking more reasonable. Really just because we're not using them for anything else right now. Oh, that's right, I wanted to get some quartz from over there. Well, we'll be back at the steel place soon. Let's make a few more of these. Thank you. We're gonna need a slightly more graceful way to deal with concrete at some point too, and I'm sure it's gonna involve hooking it up to another awesome sink. But we don't have to manage that right now. There we go. And... okay, first of all, these are going to have to be faster belts. At least any place that serves multiple machines. That's already a Mark II. No, it's not a Mark II lifter. I thought it was. Oh, 240 per minute. Is this a... Yeah, this is a pure node. It was already producing large amounts. Oh well. That's fine though. So it was really just the faster belt that we needed. Yeah, that's getting fed properly now. Alright, well to do better than that, we'd need even faster belts, and that's not in the cards until we can finish all those reinforced iron plates, so I guess that's that for now. Let's see what we can do about that ever-present bottleneck. Oh, nope. First, let's go get that quartz. Which is all the way up by the end of the world here. Telling me there's a slug near here. Probably on the top of this hill. Ooh! Ah. Okay, our production was not quite as resilient as I thought. No more overclocking for you. You've got 100. You've got 100. You've got 100. Oh, it may be the water that's the problem. They use more water, too. Yep, we have to overclock the water pump as well. And this flow rate is already as high as it will go. So what we actually need, at the very least, is another water pipe. Luckily, we have branches. Oh, there's another slug up there. Flow rate on that is maxed out. Yeah, because all of these are merged into one pipe. There's an iron node here, too. Did I bring copper sheets with me? I brought some. So let's come in from this other side. Let's run you back out this way. Need more copper sheets. Okay. All roads lead back to the main base. This belt is supposed to have steel pipes on it, but we don't actually need those for anything right now, so I'm putting all our steel into beams instead. Let's have some more encased industrial beams on us for whatever we may need them for. Somewhere here I've got my stack of copper sheets. Well, my stack of all kinds of copper things. This is steel pipes. This is steel beams. In fact, let's grab some of those and put them into the machine where they're being used, just to speed things up, since I don't need all of them for building right now. And those are modular frames, rotors, copper's up here. Now, in fact, now that we have the smart splitter, we can do some fun things with coal lines. We can do things like, say... we can do things like send all coal into these power plants unless there's an overflow, in which case send the rest of it into steel production. That may or may not be enough. Definitely need to keep working on these pipes. I want to pick up the piece of wood. Thank you. Where am I? Here we are. Okay, there's my second pipe. So let's see if we can have the water coming in two different directions. This might need a pump on it. Does seem to be working gradually, though. Yeah, okay, it's the water that was running out. And it looks like that's going a little better. This is not quite maxed out, and I think I underclocked at least... Yes, we do need to stay hydrated. I think I underclocked at least one of these, because for the number of coal plants I had, that was all I needed. So let's maybe not do that anymore. Your hostility is unauthorized. You're not overclocked at all. Let's go ahead and overclock you just to make sure. This too. Since we're overclocking the coal plants, we probably should do that. Okay, and now we want our quartz, which should be off in this direction. Let's go grab that, and then we can come back to base and that'll be it for the day. We've got even more untapped coal over here. Is this really the way I came before? That looks like a higher level. Oh, it's because there's a somber sloop. Let's see. This is a different direction. I need to follow the river. However... Come on, little guys. Will this tell us anything interesting? I guess not. There's a bunch of slugs here. Also guarded, but I think that will have to wait for another time. I do want to get that quartz. And it's nighttime, which means we may have a visit from crawly things. The yellow slug. It's just right out in the open. There must be something over there. I don't trust it. I'll come back later. Yeah, see, that's more what I'd expect. High-level hatcher and a high-level spitter sitting on top of it. Oh. Something doesn't like me. Oh. Big spitter doesn't like me. Somehow I did not attract the hog's attention through all of that. Where did it go? It went off this way. Alright, well now it will show itself. There you are. You were just a little one. Well, we've already gotten ourselves into a fight. Maybe it's best to... Oh! Swan, hello! Welcome. You are just in time. Let's... In your honor, let's loot ourselves a yellow slug. Got all this ammo on me, and the AI on these creatures is not fantastic, to be perfectly honest. Did you see me? Or is it just the bug? I'd get warned about either of those. But yes, welcome in. I'm kind of far from my actual factory at the moment. I wanted to go loot some quartz before leaving for the day. I'm a little too far away from this thing. Oh, it's down. And there's our yellow slug. We'll pick up our monster loot first. There's a slug. And now we can head over here and hopefully grab ourselves some large amounts of purple quartz crystals. Oh, there's another somber sloop over there. Thought I already reloaded you. Very possible for the creature to know it's been hit and yet have no idea where the attack is actually coming from. But since we're right near the edge of the world, that's actually a very good thing. Because these guys will just body slam you right off the edge of cliffs or anything. Grab our gems. There we go. We need these for research. So I guess you were streaming, Swan. What were you streaming? Let's give you a proper shout out. Now that I'm thinking of it. There we go. We shall resume. Alright, well, if it's this late at night, in-game that is, I wouldn't be surprised if we found a stinger. However, purely for curiosity's sake, I do have arachnophobia mode on. So if we find one, it will not actually look spider-like. I'm kind of out of the jungle, though. Alright, well, let's head back. It's a Miner Mark II already. We set that up earlier. How's production going? This is about like before. And we need faster belts or just more iron sources to make it any better. And we've seen there are some nearby-ish, so we can... Oh, and there's even that one. So yeah, we can certainly bring more in later. But that's gonna have to be all for this week, unfortunately. So let's head back. What I need is a nice photo of all these insane conveyor belts for the thumbnail. Maybe I'll get that soon. Oh, you know what? I had some quartz right here this whole time. Not that it would be very much. Oh. For encased industrial beams, the concrete is now the limiting reagent. I'm okay with that because it means we're getting more versatile frameworks. And how's this box doing? Back up to 70. All right, well, we are... I'd have more if I didn't keep on replacing my conveyor belts with faster conveyor belts, but it kind of has to be done. So before we end, let's come over here. We've got our alien protein from before. Let's select a new recipe. Let's make quartz crystal and start feeding in some raw quartz. And we'll be able to do something with this next time. So let's find a nice high place to look around and admire our handiwork. Lots of little changes today. We've got our screws being handled a little better. Definitely bringing more in. We've got steel over there being made. We've got various advanced things we're doing with it over there. We've got screws coming in from all the way over there. We've got copper wire coming in from all the way over there. We've got Caterium actually doing something, and we're feeding a lot of it into the awesome sink. That's been running the whole time we were downriver. Let's go take a look at that too. Just to wrap things up. How's our awesome sink doing? 11 printable coupons. But we need even more points every time we're going to print a new coupon, so... that is... I don't know how critically useful that'll be, but it's nice that we're actually generating tickets now. So, there we go. Next time, I would like to scale up steel production, and hopefully that'll get our versatile frameworks finished, or at least close to finished. We've definitely sped them up at least a little bit, and with those other things done, it should be easier to make progress towards Logistics Mark III. So, I will save the game properly. Save the game. Oh. All right. And let's go to the end screen. And let's see who's around to raid. Oh my goodness. Dan Jones is playing Satisfactory and it's his first time playing. So let's go say hi. And I will be back next Sunday with more Satisfactory, or during the week, during the evenings for more Slipstream. Thank you so much for joining me, and I'll see you then.